It's a victory for our democracy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I also rise to speak in support of the adoption of the report from the Committee of the Whole on the Draft Public Elections Registration of Voters Regulations 2023 that the AC had intended to submit to the House. Mr. Speaker, as earlier speakers have spoken to, there were two main issues that we were confronted with. The first, as the Minority Leader in summing up has indicated, relates to the use of the Ghana card as the sole vehicle for the identification of Ghanaian citizens for purposes of registration to vote. Mr. Speaker, now there arose some contention around this issue because of a couple of issues. One is the fact that whereas the Electoral Commission indicated to us that they have on their books close to 17 million Ghanaians who have been registered, the Statistical Department indicates to us that by 2024, the number of eligible Ghanaians who will qualify to vote will be in the region of 19 million. That then means that there's a shortfall of about 2 million. Now, the issue is how to register the 2 million additional. Now, for the Commission, they have registered over 600,000 Ghanaians who have been issued cards but have not picked the cards up from the various centers. That cannot be the fault of the Commission. There are, however, over 500,000 that the Commission, the Identification Authority, has registered, but that the Identification Authority is not in a position to supply them with cards because of lack of funds. Now, the Commission, if we agreed to the passage of the CI, will be required to begin the continuous registration. Now, if people went before them, they were required to produce the Ghana card. Through no fault of theirs, over 512,000 people who had been registered by the NIA and have not been issued with their cards. How were those people to identify themselves before the Electoral Commission? So we said to the Commission that because of this, and the fact also that you require new people who have come of age, who've turned 18 to register, who now have to submit themselves before the NIA, but who through no fault of theirs, and also through no fault of the NIA, they cannot submit themselves because there's no money to process them. How were you going to capture them? It's the reason why we appeal to the EC to tarry until the NIA was able then to afford every eligible Ghanaian the right to register with the NIA in order to submit same card before the EC to be registered to vote. So that is the gap. And that is what we raised with the Commission, that they should attend to this and they should be mindful of this gap. Mr. Speaker, so the Commission then wrote to us, or after our engagement, that the CI that they submitted to us, or they intended to submit to us, was born out of a series of meetings. It was born out of a series of meetings with the parties at IPAC. So they said to us that they want to ferry our concerns back to IPAC for consideration before coming back to us. I think at the point in time, the insistence by members on the other side was that no, we should factor it into the CI. And we all know that that cannot be done. I think that was the point of disagreement. But now that we've agreed to ferry our concerns to the EC, I think let's stay on that course for them to be given ample time to have their own consultations. The other matter that my colleague related to, that the EC have designated district centers as the only centers of registration, is not entirely accurate. From the CI, they have indicated that apart from the district offices, they also submit themselves to centers that they deem appropriate. And we further expanded that. We thought that was too limited, that we should define some zonal centers, which eventually metamorphosed into electoral areas. So that is it. The CI, the Speaker, with respect, never said they were going to restrict themselves to district centers alone. That is not it. We rather said that in addition to that, when they said to us that they would, apart from district centers, also create additional centers. The zonal was our own creation. The committee proposed zonal centers. It didn't come from the EC. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we are adding them on this. And I thought that if we agreed on this at the very outset, what we did last week would have been unnecessary. Now we come back in a U-turn to engage the EC. What progress have we made? But it's important that at least the House is united behind this. Let's submit it to the EC, and I believe that with goodwill on all sides, the Electoral Commission will be strongly urged to consider our proposals. Colleagues, I don't think that we should also let it seem that willy-nilly this is what must be done. Otherwise, we may also fall in the trap of controlling the EC in the performance of their functions. We should be careful, but we should strongly urge that these are our strong opinions. Until you get there, we are commending this to you. Mr. Speaker, that is why I'm really happy with the statement on page, what is the page? The last but two page, which says that the EC should tarry slowly until every eligible voter is afforded the opportunity to register and procure the Ghana card before the registration of such a compulsion. Mr. Speaker, that is at the heart of it. So, not until we get there, this we should tarry a while. Or if we get there, what happens? If we get there, if every eligible Ghanaian is afforded the opportunity, we must then admit that then that becomes the sole vehicle for identification of Ghanaians for purposes of registration. That is what has not been stated here. But that, we should all agree, should be the ultimate. Once every citizen is afforded the opportunity to register, and the person elects not to register, that's his own beef. But once the opportunity is afforded every Ghanaian, every eligible Ghanaian to register with the NIA and for purposes of registration as a voter, we're able to exhibit that card. That should be the sunset clause. That should be the sunset clause, even though we have not put it here. We decided that it was not worthy to put it there. But that was the general understanding, that once we reach that watershed, then we resort to the Ghana card as the only vehicle of the identification. Mr. Speaker, I'm stating this for purposes of emphasis, and I think that we are all added them on the issue that we have raised in respect of the qualification criteria and the designation of centers. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Honourable members, honourable members, honourable members, honourable members, this report is a compilation of other reports that had already been considered by the House and concerns from earlier committees. After the meeting of the Committee of the Whole, we continued the consultation, and we usually reach out to the Electoral Commission. And so this is compiled from all those inputs. And I thank you for giving me the opportunity to chair the meeting of the Committee of the Whole. I personally got involved. And you can see that even the typing of the report is from an amateur, not a professional. So my hands are there. These concerns we raised were all taken into consideration. The purpose was for us to speak with one voice. And I'm happy, after so much discussions, negotiations, we finally got this far, and we are speaking with one voice. We are now not dependent on assurances. No, we are not dependent on assurances. The House as a whole is making input into the preparation of the CI. Mind you, a CI, constitutional instrument, is different from an executive instrument. In an executive instrument, is issued by the executive. We don't have any hand in its passage. In the constitutional instrument we have, by law we cannot compel the Electoral Commission to perform its function. Neither can they also compel us to perform our functions. And so this is built, as stated in the report, that when this is captured, the position of the House is captured, then the new CI can be submitted, admitted, and then considered by the House. If that is not done, definitely we have a say. And it was agreed by leadership that it will not be admitted and considered by the House. That is the position of leadership. That is the position, that is what made us take that time in preparing the report. And in fact, today, I spent the whole day trying to get all these concerns together. So you can be sure that, yes, the Electoral Commission can perform its duty, but as a House, we also have to perform our duty. It's our function. It's not the function of the Electoral Commission. And the former minority leader referred to Article 11.7. That definitely was taken into consideration. We have widened the perimeters of consultation. Law is part of the process of policy formulation. And policy formulation is not by any individual agency of the Constitution. Government leads in policy formulation. And all citizens are given the opportunity to make inputs. That is why we are doing, because of the technical nature of Article 11.7. So be assured that this is the understanding. If it comes and there are any other people thinking that it's only mad people who don't change their minds, that statement itself is not correct, because the mad people don't have any mind to change. When we are talking about mind, we are talking about a sound mind. So if you don't have a sound mind, how can you change it? So that is the position we took. And based on that, we are going to consider other businesses before the House. And we'll consider the businesses together. Please, that is the understanding. And I want this reflected in the Hansard, the official report. The leaders mandated me after the adoption to officially, that's why the last conclusion, the last paragraph talks about communication to the EC. I will have to write and attach the position of the House. Because we are calling on it to consider our input. That is what we are doing. Please, I'm going to put the question. Those in favor of the adoption of the report, I'm not too sure we are having the same report. Because earlier on, Honorable Dr. Ayine referred to some paragraphs which is not in what I have. That's why I'm not. Honorable members, I'm putting the question. Those in favor of the adoption of the report, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. No. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Speaker. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Chief.
Speaker, may we turn to page 29 of today's order paper. We are taking item 40. Item 40, page 29.
Honorable members, item 40 at page 29 of the original order paper. Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022 at the consideration stage. Honorable members, yes, please.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the Deputy Ranking Member on the Finance Committee is just telling me that the second reading of this motion had not been done. So if you can give him the opportunity to explain what he's saying, you must speak to the mic.
You left at a very wrong time. At short.
Excise duty. No, take this and That's what he's saying.
Honorable members, I'm talking about item 4.0, Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022 at the consideration stage. Clause 1.
Scheduled to Act 878 amended.
There is an amendment proposed by Honorable Dr. Kesel A.B. Forson and Honorable Mahama Yarga. Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, first, let me say that there was a bit of mix-up. The Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022. We did a second reading some time ago for the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022. So you are right. It's now time for consideration. Mr. Speaker, I have proposed an amendment. Clause 1, amendment proposed, delete. Mr. Speaker, I am proposing that we delete the Excise Duty Amendment Bill for a simple reason that, Mr. Speaker, currently the country is going through very difficult times. Inflation is at hyper levels, in excess of 50%, hyperinflation. Mr. Speaker, the government, as part of the 2023 budget, decided to remove discount on benchmark values. As a result, prices of goods and services at the port is already going up. Again, Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that...
Honorable members, there's too much noise. I can't even hear what the minority leader is saying. Yes, you may continue.
Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that as a result of the depreciation of our currency, prices of goods and services, particularly items that are imported, prices are going up. Again, the government increased value-added tax, and as a result, import VAT has gone up by 2.5%. So prices of goods and services are actually very high. Any attempt to increase excise duties will mean that the ordinary Ghanaian is going to suffer. Already disposable incomes has been reduced. But what this government seeks to do is to impose taxes, additional taxes. One of the taxes they intend to impose is to impose a 20% tax on appetition. Mr. Speaker, if you are to look at page 4, item 6, increase in taxes, spirits, including appetition. This government is increasing the tax on appetition, or introducing a tax on appetition, 20%. 20% on ex-factory price, 20%. Aside that, they are saying that water, including mineral water and in all descriptions, are going up. Mineral water is going up 20%. Aerated water 20%. Non-alcoholic beer going up 20%. Energy drinks, non-alcoholic drinks, all of them, Mr. Speaker. From the document that I have, clearly you are seeing that the rate of change is going to be 20% if this is approved. Mr. Speaker, on that basis, I'm of the firm belief that
Ghanaians are already going through very, very difficult times, and this is not the time for us to increase the prices of goods and services, particularly by introducing an excise duty. Mr. Speaker, since last week, I have received a number of petitions. Some of the petition is coming from Guta. Guta has sent a very interesting love letter to us. The love letter is basically telling us to stand with them and to reject these taxes, because they believe that if care is not taken and these taxes are imposed, Mr. Speaker, the way they do business is going to be difficult and ordinary Ghanaian is going to suffer. Apart from Guta, Mr. Speaker, Food and Beverage Association have also petitioned Parliament, and they are saying that we should reject these taxes for them, because they believe that prices of goods and services are going to go up, including malt. The Speaker, I have also received petition from AGI, the Association of Ghana Industries. They've also petitioned us, and they are saying that we should reject this tax. The Speaker, clearly, the people of Ghana do not want to see an increase in excise duties. Yes, I believe that the government will need revenue, but my position, Mr. Speaker, is that yes, the government needs revenue, but when they prepared the budget for the year 2023, the budget assumed that they are going to make payment, debt service payment. Prior to that, the government had to take the country through domestic debt restructuring, and as a result, they are saving 40 billion cedis. 40 billion cedis in savings. So if you save 40 billion cedis from domestic debt restructuring and another 21 billion from external debt payment, so Speaker, clearly you are having 61 billion free money that you did not budget for. So if you have 61 billion, all these taxes put together, making another 4 billion, you can give it as relief to the people of Ghana. So Speaker, we believe that the people of Ghana deserve some relief, because already you have imposed an illegal inflation tax of 50% on goods and services. And so it is only right for you to recognize that the ordinary Ghanaian is going through unbearable hardship and to give them the necessary relief. So Speaker, it is of this reason that I believe that we should reject these taxes that the government intends to impose. The Speaker, we are doing this for our own sake. We are doing this for the people of Ghana, and I believe the government should think about it, because if it has to do with revenue, you already have some money available as a result of the debt restructuring. The debt restructuring has made money available to you, and you can align them. Cut your expenditure and use that also to support this. 4 billion, Mr. Speaker, is something that we believe the government can make do. Yes, the budget made provision, that is the savings. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Deputy. Yes, Majority Leader.
The Speaker, with respect, I think where we are at the consideration stage of the bill. The Minority Leader gets up and is arguing about the principle of the introduction. Mr. Speaker, may I draw his attention to Order 1282. Where we are, you talk to your amendment and justify it. Mr. Speaker, you taking us back to discuss the principle of the introduction. It's totally wrong. It's totally wrong. But Mr. Speaker, this is not to contribute to the debate, but just to usher in the Deputy Minister for Finance.
Honorable leaders, when any member wants to be ushered in, the member will request for it. Allow her to put across a case. Please, Deputy Minister for Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want us to know that it's not just about government raising revenue. but it's also for health reasons. That is why government is including certain items in the schedule. There's an existing schedule. What government is seeking to do is to make sure we put some percentage on sugary items, like the fruit juice that contains sugar. That is what government seeks to do here. So government is also looking at protecting the health of its citizens. And again, we've seen an influx of tobacco in this country. Government has also included tobacco in this schedule to reduce the consumption of tobacco, especially by the youth. So, Mr. Speaker, it is not just about raising taxes. Again, government is seeking to harmonize the way these items are listed on the schedule compared to what is done internationally. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, in this, government seeks to correct the fact that there is more on beers than spirits. So government is correcting that imbalance to make sure that the spirit that contains more alcohol the excise duty on that one is relatively higher than beer. So that is what government seeks to do with this. It is not just about raising revenue, but it's also about correcting our lifestyles to make sure we have a healthy lifestyle. And Mr. Speaker, the minority leader also mentioned that we are going to make a savings of about 40 billion with the debt exchange. But he should also bear in mind that there is a deficit that we have to address. And so once we make some savings, it will reduce our deficits. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Mama Yalda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this House represents the people of the Republic of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, there is no tax proposal that, in my opinion, has galvanized the public much more than what is before us. Mr. Speaker, the media has carried several reports of different stakeholders directly petitioning your office and honorable members against this tax proposal. So, Speaker, I will refer to the statements of some of these critical stakeholders. I have a statement by the Ghana Federation of Labour, in which the Ghana Federation of Labour has, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, that consequent upon the virtual unanimous approval of His Excellency the President's new nominees for ministerial and judicial appointments, in spite of the prevailing financial crunch and considering the plight of workers under the escalated cost of living, as a result of the insensitive economic policies of government, the Ghana Federation of Labour deems appropriate to draw attention of members of Parliament to do the needful and to halt further deterioration of the conditions of living of people to avert social upheavals.
Yes, Honourable Member, you don't re-argue or rehash the submissions at the second reading of the bill. So put a cross on this and I'll put a question.
Mr. Speaker, this bill has only one clause. Only one clause. And it is that clause that has the tax. And then the schedule details all the items and the corresponding taxes.
Yes, Honourable Member, I'm aware, but there was no, we are now at consideration. But there was a second reading where you debated.
Mr. Speaker, we are saying that colleagues should vote in support of our amendment.
Yes.
And this argument is to justify why we are asking colleagues to vote amendment deleting clause 1, which is the charging provision.
Yes, Honourable Member, you put that across and you indicated that at the consideration stage you will propose an amendment. That is what you do at the second reading. So already you put these views across and therefore indicated to the House that you'll be coming with an amendment. So that is known. You don't re-argue because this is consideration stage. So you summarize it, but you are going to documents and petitions again. That is the issue I'm raising.
No, Mr. Speaker, it is
honorable member, yes. Honorable member, I'm in charge here. I know how these things are debated. Please. So you just end and let me put the question. It's consideration stage.
Mr. Speaker, indeed it is consideration stage, and I do agree with you that during second reading the policy and the pennies was debated. But then because it's a one-clause bill and it contains all the items and the various taxes. So Speaker, I will take the items one after the other and analyze why I think that honorable colleagues should vote against it. But I'm just drawing attention to the fact that...
Are you saying that at the second reading you didn't do that? At the second reading you didn't do that?
Mr. Speaker, at the second reading, the policy considerations were considered. But as we speak now, the specific provisions are what we are going to look at. For instance, they want to tax mineral water. They want to tax beverages. Mr. Speaker, I want to argue that children are going to be hurt most because they are the ones generally who take these beverages. And I hear the Honorable Deputy Minister argue that they are taxing for health considerations as a measure to prevent more people from taking these products. Mr. Speaker, I disagree with the Honorable Minister. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the items, the principal consideration for imposing these taxes is not just health considerations. It is more of revenue generation. And indeed, they indicate how much they will be generating as revenue if they succeed in imposing these taxes.
Honourable members, I put the question. Those in favor of the deletion of clause 1 of the Excise Duty Amendment Act, Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the noes have it. Honourable Deputy Minority Whip.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Right, Honourable Speaker, you've just put the question on the amended motion, the proposal by the minority leader, and you said the noes have it. Right, Honourable Speaker, I want to come and order 1132, and with your permission, I read. A member may call for head count or division if the opinion of the Speaker on the voice vote is challenged. Right, Honourable Speaker, I want to stand on this provision and challenge the voice vote. In that regard, I want to call for a head count. because I strongly believe that the no's I heard on this side, and the yes I heard on this side, and the no's on that side. Mr. Speaker, I'm not in a position to declare that the yes have it, but I think the yes have it. Based on the Mr. Speaker, I want to call for a head count.
Honorable members, the deputy minority leader is right. He has challenged my decision on the voice vote, and therefore we'll do head count. We'll do head count. Honorable members, kindly resume your seats. We are going to do head count. Table office. This is how we'll proceed with the head count. Honorable members, those in favor of the deletion of clause 1 should stand up and be counted. Honorable members, you can resume your seats now. Honorable members, those against the deletion of clause 1, please stand up to be counted. members, resume your seats. Resume your seats. Resume your seats. Honorable members, the results of the head count are as follows. Those in favor of the deletion, that is those who have the ayes, 136. Those who are against the deletion, that is the noes, 137. Honorable members, it meant that honorable members, my decision on the voice vote has been vindicated and I was right. So the noes have it. Now the question is that clause 1 of the bill stands part of. Honorable members, clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, clause 1 stands part of the bill. We have a second amendment to the same clause. So I have not ordered a second amendment, and that one is by the chairman of the committee. You may move your
thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is a committee amendment, and it is, of course, it's a clause amendment proposed. Subclause 2, after the table, delete. Subclause 2, after the table, delete. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Please, may you read that subclause? Read it so that we can get it properly. The numbering is a bit problematic.
Mr. Speaker, this subclause 2 reads, and I take it from the preamble, the excise duty indicated in the third column in relation to the goods listed under commodity description for tariff number 8 shall be 2, not less than 50% of the revenue accruing under tariff number 8, dated as plastic waste recycling fund. The committee on this and proposes the amendment, Mr. Speaker, that we delete this subclause.
Honorable members, this is an amendment proposed by the committee and moved by the chairman. Those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, I put the question again. Those in favor Honorable members, those in favor of the amendment. Honorable members.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've made inquiries. Mr. Speaker, I've made inquiries from the back. The anger is as a result of the result that were declared that the Minister for Education was not in the chamber when the votes were cast, that he is just entered. And that is why they are questioning that how come we have 137 on that side. And the Honorable Deputy Minister for Energy was also not there. So they are questioning that how come the Honorable Japamesa was not there, Honorable Minister for Education was not there, but we had 137 on that side. That is the cause of the anger behind me. But Mr. Speaker, this is simple. The cameras are here. So we can use the cameras to scan the whereabouts of the Honorable Japamesa at the time that the votes were being cast. Mr. Speaker, that is the cause of the strong objection and the sound from behind. That may sit down.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members, by our rules, the head count is conducted by tellers. The tellers are usually officers at the table. Honorable members, after the counting, they usually put it on paper. Honorable Honorable members, the results are submitted to the Speaker, and the Speaker reads the results. This is what, honorable members, please listen. This is what was submitted to me, and that is what I read to you. Now, when you start shouting, and you have so many of you speaking at the same time, that is disorder. By our rules, I have the power to do a number of things. I don't think those things are good for the House. And they are not also good for members of Parliament. That is why we have resisted, in fact, resisted all the temptations. It's not only me, even the earlier speakers. And so I will not do that. But I'm usually guided by your leaders. And so when you have a concern, the proper thing is to put it on paper and pass to your leaders in front. Then one of them will then stand up, and usually leaders catch the eye of the Speaker. Then he can put across your concern, just like what the Deputy Minority Whip has done. But when you all start shouting at the same time, that amounts to disorder. And the rules are clear as to what to do. Please, at this time, am I going to invite investigators? The question mark now is on the integrity of my tellers. How am I going to handle it? There is no guide in the standing orders. So, you may have to take action outside the standing orders. I may have to create that by standing order 6. Standing order 6. In all cases not provided for in these orders, Mr. Speaker shall make provisions as he deems fit. I hope after I've made the provision, you will not attack my integrity too. Yes, so I put the question on the second proposed amendment. I put the question on the second proposed amendment to clause 1. That was after that I heard the uproar. Yes. Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it was a simple proposal. The table office is here. They know the people they counted. And to settle this matter, it was a simple asking them whether the people in question were here, and if they can testify that they counted them, the matter settled. It was a very simple thing.
Honorable Member, the standing orders are clear. The standing orders say they should count the heads. In counting your heads, the tellers will not be able to identify the people and say that this is the honorable member for Jomro. I can identify her. No, they are counting the heads. You are standing. And so they will not be able to say whether a deputy minister or an MP for this constituency was present or not present. They cannot. The tellers cannot. They are counting your heads. Yes, Deputy Minority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, you are right. That is the more reason why when there's head count, you call on ministers of state who are not members of Parliament to excuse us. if ministers of state are sitting with members of parliament and you are counting hairs, Mr. Speaker, the probability that the hairs of the ministers of state who are not members of parliament will be counted is clear. And that, so going forward, you have just quoted order 6. In all cases not provided for in the standing orders, Mr. Speaker will judge as he deems fit. So, Mr. Speaker, going forward, I will want to appeal to you to use order 6 to make sure that when we get to certain stages, in order not to bring the clerks at table, their image into disrepute, they may not be able to identify the hairs of MPs and the hairs of non-MPs. But MPs and non-MPs are seated together. So, Mr. Speaker, going forward, use your discretion and use order 6 as well.
Honourable members, you had two options: a division or a head count. You are aware of these dangers and you opted for a head count. In the division, we are able to identify the people. In the head count, there are a number of types. This one, you agreed to stand up to be counted. You know that Mr. Speaker has allowed a number of head count of times using some procedures. And I was guided by you, and I followed it dito. I haven't departed from your guidance. It doesn't now lie in your mouth to come back and be raising the issues you are raising. I like your conclusion. Going forward. That is how your leader concluded. Because now I can't go back. You know the procedure to be able to take the house back. That procedure you can adopt later. But as at now, my hands are tied. And so I put the question again. Those in favor of the deletion of subclause 2 of clause 1, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. No. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Honourable members, I now put the question on clause 1, the whole of clause 1. And the question is that clause 1 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it. Honourable members, clause 1 of the bill is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, the long title.
An Act to amend the Excise Duty Act 2014 at 878 to increase the excise duty in respect of cigarettes and tobacco products, wine, malt drinks and spirits, and to impose excise duty on sweetened beverages, including fruit juices, and on electronic cigarettes, liquid, electronic cigarettes, and electronic smoking devices.
Members, those in favor of the long title standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it. The long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honorable members, we have come to the end of the consideration stage of the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House adopts the procedural motion.
Honorable Minister, you are completely out of order. Yes.
Speaker, shall we?
No, here.
Yes.
Speaker, shall we take item 41 on page 29, procedural motion by the Minister?
Honorable members, item 41 motion, Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House adopts the procedural motion advertised as item 41, page 29 of today's order paper. I so move.
Honorable members, this is procedural.
So, Speaker, I second the motion.
Any seconder?
I second the motion.
Moved and seconded for the consideration of the House. Procedural, I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. We move to item 42, which is the substantive motion for the third reading of the bill. Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022 be now read a third time. I so move.
Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, the third reading of the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022 has been moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. There being no consideration, I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, I put the question again. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, honorable members, sure. I go the third time. Those in favor of the third reading of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, I think the ayes have it. Yes. Deputy Minority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I want to come under Order 1132 again. And this time, Mr. Speaker, I want to call for a division.
Honorable members, my decision on the voice vote has been challenged and a division has been called in this matter. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, I think this is a complete abuse of our procedures. And Mr. Speaker, may I draw attention to Order 115, which provides that notwithstanding paragraph 1 of order number 114, Mr. Speaker may, after the lapse of 2 minutes from the claiming of a division, where in his opinion the division has been unnecessarily claimed, take the vote of the House by calling upon the members who support or who oppose this decision successively to rise in their places. Mr. Speaker, you may, if you think fit, either declare the termination of the House or direct that a division be held. Mr. Speaker, I want to suggest that this is an abuse of the processes of this House. Mr. Speaker, it's already 9:15, and I would want to suggest that people would want to employ this result such that what is here to be conducted, the research that is listed to be conducted, will not be conducted. And I would suggest strongly to this House that if this is a result, the Speaker, with the greater respect, what is listed here, the business that is listed here, certainly will have to be transacted. And I'm saying so because, Mr. Speaker, we have been in communication with ourselves. We have been in communication with ourselves and discussing the better way to deal with this matter.
Honorable Majority Leader, we are at 113, then we will proceed to 114. So 113, I could have said a head count. But when we come to 114, I'll call for the clearance of the gallery. Then after that, I put the question again. And then it's from there I can exercise that discretion. So we haven't abused it yet. We haven't. But I agree with your initial tenor of submission because I was guided by leadership in this matter. And it's that guidance I am implementing. So if there is a change, well, I'm prepared to go by it. But after the bell is rung, for 1 minute, I'll put the voice vote again. So that is what the rules say. In that case, I can only ask that the bell be rung for 1 minute. 1 minute. The bell be rung for 1 minute. Honourable members, I direct that the lobbies be cleared. In other words, non-members of Parliament should leave the chamber, including the lobbies, non-members of Parliament. I'm going to put a voice vote again. Honorable members, I put the question again. Honorable members, the Minister of Finance is seated in front. He moved the motion, but he is not entitled to a vote. He is not. The Constitution is clear, outstanding orders are clear. Throughout, I've been observing the Minister of Finance because it's very visible to see whether he's making an attempt to vote, voice vote. And it's his business we are considering, so he's properly seated. I put the question again. Honorable members, those in favor of the motion that the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022 be read the third time, say aye. Honorable members, when you vote this way by voice, it's very difficult to take a decision. When they say voice vote, it doesn't mean you should shout. And particularly a protracted shout. It makes it very difficult. So I'll put the question again. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, I declare once more, the ayes have it. Yes. Deputy Minority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I still rise to come under 1132 to challenge the voice vote and call for a division. I so do.
Honorable members, under Order 114, is entitled to do so. And so I'll call the tellers. The tellers If this time you want to announce the names of the tellers, you can tell me, and then I'll direct that a division be held. Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I write in opposition to the application by the Honorable Deputy Minority Whip. Mr. Speaker, the rules are not meant to be abused. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable members, I'm sure you want us to go the full hog. Now, in the division that you have requested for, we have to have 2 lobbies. One, the eyes lobby, the other, the nose lobby. And then the division clerks will have to be called upon to count you as you pass through the lobby. The house that you have, I don't know where you describe as nose lobby or eyes lobby. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, you gave me the opportunity to advance my case when my colleagues decided to disrupt me. I thank you for the opportunity again. Mr. Speaker, I contend the duplication made by my respected colleague is an abuse of the rules of this House. Mr. Speaker, the same person called challenge the voice vote. You rang the bell. You repeated the voice vote. And Mr. Speaker, again, the ayes had it. It is so clear that, Mr. Speaker, he is only using this rule to frustrate government business. Mr. Speaker, we are here as a parliament to do what is right, to follow due process, and to provide justification well grounded in the rule. To challenge you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
kindly resume your seats.
Mr. Speaker, he cannot.
Deputy, resume your seat.
Oh, very well, Mr. Speaker, very well.
Honorable members, sitting is suspended.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, order. 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 Honorable members, we're at page 30 of the order paper, item 42. I then put the question on the motion and taking a voice vote, I think on 3 occasions. And these were all challenged. And there was a call for division. And the call was from the Deputy Minority Whip. We had a challenge because we don't have division lobbies. But we can conduct a division in another way. I'm not sure, judging from the deepness of mistrust, you will accept the end of that result, because you all have to walk out of the chamber, and this left entrance, the middle entrance, those on my left, that is the minority, will come in from that place one by one to be counted. Those on my right will have to walk out and then come in through this door one by one to be counted. At the end of the day, honorable members, are you listening? Please, I'm not a yes sir. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Please, what I know, many of you don't know. If you read your standing orders, there are a lot of provisions concerning these processes. Your leaders know a lot of what I know. Yes, because not all the facts are available at your disposal, because you are not part of some of the discussions. So, if that will satisfy you, we can immediately conduct the division now. If not, the gentleman, the honorable member, the deputy minority whip, I will give him the opportunity to reconsider his objection. Then we can move on. We have a number of business to transact. The House has to go on recess. I am prepared to sit here till tomorrow afternoon. Yes, I volunteered to serve and to be speaker. So once duty calls, I must be prepared to respond accordingly. And so please, let's decide and move on. The rules are clear.
Mr. Speaker, we are in a learning process. If there's a new way of conducting the division, I think it's better we go by it.
I can use another, apart from the earlier process of you coming through the door and be counted. We can do another head count. I said I have some information which your leaders have that you don't have. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, you are responsible for the observance of order in the House and in the interpretation of the standing orders. If that is how you want us to go by the division, I say we are in your hands, we can do that.
Honorable members, so I propose we go through another head count. If you have your standing orders, you can read Order 114, Rule 4. You will learn something from it, and then we do the head count, and that will be taken into consideration. Order 114, Rule 4. So please tell us, can we conduct another head count? Honorable members, those in favor that the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022 be read the third time should stand up to be counted. That's why I said 11404. Honorable members, resume your seats. Those against the third reading, please stand to be counted. Honorable members, resume your seats.
Yes, we got this one.
Honorable members, I'm sure you all read the standing order I referred you to. And so I will not read it to you. What the tellers have submitted, the ayes 137, the noes 136. Honorable members, you have to as you sit, God created the human being in a very beautiful way. As I'm looking at you, I can't see my back. That is how you are. As you sit, you can't see your back. As I sit, I can see your front, I can see your back. As you sit, you can see my front, you can see my back. I go by the rules, and that's what I'm applying. Please, I will not do anything untoward. If you want, see me in chambers. Honorable members, with this, the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022 is read the third time and passed.
An act to amend the Excise Duty Act 2014 Act 878 to increase the excise duty in respect of cigarettes and tobacco products, wine, malt drinks and spirits, and to impose excise duty on sweetened beverages, including fruit juices and on electronic cigarette liquids, electronic cigarettes and electronic smoking devices.
Yes, leaders, any guidance?
Speaker, page 30, item 43. To be taken.
Honorable members, item 43, Income Tax Amendment number 2, Bill 2022 at the consideration stage. Honourable members, clause 1.
Section 2A inserted.
There is an amendment proposed by 2 members of Parliament, Leader and Honourable Mahama Yarga. You may move your amendment now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Clause 1, amendment proposed, delete. Mr. Speaker, I propose this amendment for a simple reason that the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2022 is going to impose additional hardship on the Ghanaian taxpayer. Mr. Speaker, this tax seeks to impose taxes, withholding tax on Lotto. Mr. Speaker, what this government seeks to do is that if you are to stake Lotto, the winnings will be taxed at 20%. This government seeks to introduce a tax on gambling, introduce a tax on online betting, and then, Mr. Speaker, on a number of things. Another tax handle that this government seeks to increase is to increase the upper band of income tax to 35%. Mr. Speaker, this government inherited a marginal rate for income tax at 25%. For a period of 6 years, they have increased the marginal rate by 10 percentage points. At the time that disposable income has been eroded badly by inflation. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, workers are suffering. The ordinary Ghanaian taxpayer is suffering on the back of huge tax. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, it is only right that this government abandon the introduction of an additional tax. Mr. Speaker, this income tax amendment bill before us is introducing 5 different taxes, 5 different tax handles. And that is why I am of the view that this tax should not be allowed to pass. The ordinary Ghanaian is already going through very difficult times. And so the government must give some form of relief to the Ghanaian worker and not to be seen piling on taxes and piling on taxes. Mr. Speaker, I submit.
Honourable members, I actually talked about clause 1, but the honourable member has moved the amendments on clause 1 and 2 and 3, 7. Clause 1, 2, and 7. Those are the taxes he has referred to. I will allow his co-sponsor to speak to those amendments. Then I'll put the questions and then you vote. Separately, not together. No, okay. Honourable members, those in favour, I'll start from clause 1. There are 2 proposed amendments to clause 1. One by the 2 and the second one by the chairman of the committee. So I put to clause 1. Those in favour of the proposed amendment to delete clause 1, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Clearly, the noes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question. No, there's a second proposed amendment by the chairman. Let's hear the chairman. Yes, chairman, clause 1 proposed amendment, section 2A.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there's a committee amendment to clause 1. And if you permit me, I'd like to move that amendment.
You want to do what?
I want to move that amendment.
Sorry?
I want to move an amendment to clause 1 in the name of the committee.
That is why I call upon you to do.
So, clause 1, amendment proposed, subsection 1, line 5. And Speaker, I seek leave again to correct what has been indicated there as line 4. It ought to be line 5. So subsection 1, line 5, delete total income. I so move, Mr. Speaker. The new rendition, Mr. Speaker, then becomes, despite subsection 2, a person may be required to compute and pay tax on a minimum chargeable income of 5% of turnover where the person has been declaring losses for the previous 5 years of assessment. Full stop.
Honorable members, I'm sure you got the proposed amendment just to delete total income. Those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Honorable members, I put the question on clause 1. And the question is that clause 1 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it. Clause 1 is hereby ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Section 6 of Act 896 amended.
Yes, we have a proposed amendment to it by Minority Leader and Honorable Mahama Yarga. You have abandoned your proposed amendment. Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, my amended clause 1, 2, 3, and 7 put together. And
yes, I heard you, but I just give the opportunity. If you are adopting what we stated initially, then I put the question.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Those in favor of the proposed amendment in clause 2, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. No. The noes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question on clause 2. And the question is that clause 2 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it. Honorable members, clause 2 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 3.
Section 17 of Act 896 amended.
Clause 4.
Section 25 of Act 896 amended.
Clause 5.
Section 39A inserted.
Clause 6.
Section 94 of Act 896 amended.
Honorable members, there are no proposed amendments to these clauses. So I put the question on all those clauses. That is clause 4, clause 3, 4, 5, and 6. Those in favor that these clauses stand part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, clauses 3, 4, 5, and 6 are ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 7.
Section 100A inserted.
Those in favor of the proposed amendment to clause 7, say aye. Those against, say no. The noes have it. So I put the question on clause 7. And the question is that clause 7 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, clause 7 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 8.
Section 115 of Act 896 amended.
Clause 9.
Section 116A inserted.
Clause 10.
Section 119 of Act 896 amended.
Honorable members, there are no proposed amendment to these clauses. So I'm putting the question on clauses 8, 9, and 10. And the question is that clauses 8, 9, and 10 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, clauses 8, 9, and 10 are ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 11.
Section 128 of Act 896 amended.
There is a proposed amendment from the chairman of the committee. Yes, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Clause 11, amendment proposed. Section 128, add the following subsection. 3. For purposes of this section, control in relation to an entity means holding directly or through one or more interposed entities 25% or more of the voting power or rights to income or capital of the entity, and relative in relation to an individual means the individual's child, spouse, parent, grandparent, grandchild, sibling, aunt, uncle, nephew, niece, or first cousin, including by way of marriage or adoption. I so move.
Honorable members, I put the question. Those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. I want to put the question on clause 11, and the question is that yes,
Mr. Speaker, just a little clarification from the chairman. Do you want to say for the purpose of this act, or you want to say for the purpose of this section? In 11, for the purpose of this section. In the original, it was for the purpose of this act. Mr. Speaker, you may want a section. Thank you.
Yes, Deputy Majority Leader. Honourable members, I put a question on the whole of clause 11. And the question is that clause 11 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it. Honourable members, clause 11 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 12.
Section 113 of Act 896 amended.
Clause 13.
First schedule to Act 896 amended.
Clause 14.
Fourth schedule to Act 896 amended.
Honourable members, there are no proposed amendment to these three clauses. So I'm going to put a question on the three clauses. And the question is that clauses 12, 13, and 14 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 12, 13, and 14 are ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, the long title to the bill.
An Act to amend the Income Tax Act 2015, Act 896, to revise the rates of income tax for individuals and introduce an additional income tax bracket, introduce a withholding tax rate on the realization of assets and liabilities, and revise the treatment of foreign exchange losses, revise the upper limit for the quantification of motor vehicle benefits, and provide for related matters.
Honourable members, there is no proposed amendment to the long title. So I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question now is, the long title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. Honourable members, the ayes have it, and the long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, we have come to the end of the consideration stage of the Income Tax Amendment Number 2 Bill 2022. Yes, leadership.
So, item 44 on page 33. 31, sorry. Page 31. Item 44, procedural motion.
Honourable members, item 44, motion. Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House adopts the procedural motion advertised as item 44 on page 31 of today's order paper. I so move.
Here. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded is now for the consideration of the House. Being a procedural motion, I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. We now move on to item 45, which is the substantive motion to be moved by the Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Income Tax Amendment Number 2 Bill 2022 be now read a third time. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. And that is the third reading. And so I put the question. The question is that the Income Tax Amendment number 2 Bill 2022 be now read the third time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it.
An act
Honorable members.
An act to amend the Income Tax Act 2015, Act 896, to revise the rates of income tax for individuals and introduce an additional income tax bracket, introduce a withholding tax rate on the realization of assets and liabilities and on winnings from lottery, revise the treatment of foreign exchange losses, revise the upper limit for the quantification of motor vehicle benefits, and provide for related matters.
Honorable members, the Income Tax Amendment number 2 Bill 2022 is read the third time and passed. Yes.
Speaker, on same page 31, item 46.
Honorable members, item 46, Growth and Sustainability Levy Bill 2022 at the consideration stage. Honorable members, clause 1.
Imposition of levy.
We have two proposed amendments to clause 1. The first one coming from the minority leader and the second from the chairman of the committee. So we'll take the first. Honorable minority leader.
The Speaker, clause 1. Amendment proposed, imposition of tax, where it reads, there is imposed by this Act, for the purpose of growth and sustainability, a growth and sustainability levy of a percentage of profit before tax, or the percentage of production specified in the second column. Mr. Speaker, I propose that this should be deleted. Mr. Speaker, I say this for a simple reason that the imposition of the tax is that government is going to impose 5% tax on banks. Already, banks are paying corporate income tax of 25%. Speaker, clearly, Ghanaian banks are struggling. I have with me a document that I just printed today by Fitch Solutions, and the title is Ghanaian Banks to Suffer Considerably in the Year 2023. Speaker, the details is mind-boggling. Ghanaian banks are going to suffer in terms of corporate profit. Already, banks are suffering from solvency and liquidity. The least you can do is to impose additional taxes on Ghanaian banks. Mr. Speaker, this tax is also levied on gross profit. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I'm of the firm belief that this is not the time to introduce additional tax that will burden banks. Mr. Speaker, this is particularly important because the banks are already collapsing. And the banking sector is the very sector that supports the private sector to grow. And so it would be very unfortunate for a government that seeks to help the ordinary Ghanaian, particularly businesses, to encourage them by way of imposing additional tax. The other one relates to the fact that this government intends to introduce 1% tax of gross production on mining companies and upstream oil and gas companies. My concern is we already have stability agreement that this House has approved. What this will seek to do is to change the stability agreement. Mr. Speaker, that is why I'm of the firm belief that the imposition of the tax out there should be taken out. And the worst one has to do with the fact that they intend to introduce 2.5% profit before tax additional on all entities not falling within the category A and B. And this includes small and medium-sized enterprises. Small and medium-sized enterprises, including micro, are going to pay additional tax. That will increase the marginal rate from 25% to 27.5% at this crucial time. Mr. Speaker, I submit and urge the minister to have a rethink, and then rather use part of the savings they have made on the back of debt exchange to support the economy and to raise additional revenue through compliance and not through measures like this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, my co-sponsor has eloquently argued our case. So, Mr. Speaker, I think you can put the question.
Honorable members, those in favor, sorry.
Mr. Speaker, I was going to call for the rejection of this amendment. To reject this amendment because this House considered the principle and accepted that this is a bill we must take forward. To move an amendment that effectively revokes the entire bill is to rescind the decision through the back door. And it's a reason, Mr. Speaker, I think we must reject this. This is supposed to support our effort to improve domestic revenue so that this country would borrow less and have a more stable economy to improve the lives of our people. So, Speaker, I call on this House to reject this amendment. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, I put the question. Those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it. The proposed amendment is negated. Honorable members, there is another proposed amendment to clause 1 in the name of the chairman of the committee.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed, clause 1, amendment proposed, line 3, before production, insert gross. I move, Mr. Speaker. The objective of this is to ensure that the base upon which the tax would apply is not disturbed in any way. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
There being no further consideration, I put the question. Those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. I now put the question on the whole of clause 1. And the question is that clause 1 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it. Honorable members, clause 1 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Scope of application of levy.
We have a proposed amendment standing in the name of the minority leader and Honorable Mahama Ayaga. Are you withdrawing your proposed amendment? Yes, Honorable Mahama Ayaga.
Mr. Speaker, Section 2 states, and I quote, "The levy imposed under Section 1 applies to the specified companies and institutions despite any provision to the contrary in any agreement or enactment relating to a tax holiday or exemption from direct or indirect tax applicable to a company or institution. Mr. Speaker, this is a very sweeping general provision relating to rights that would have accrued to companies pursuant to earlier agreements that would have been approved by this House. And this provision, in my opinion, is overbroad. If this House has already enacted legislation conferring rights on companies, if this House has already approved mining and oil extraction agreements granting tax benefits and certain concessions to these companies, if you seek to amend those agreements, it is my contention that you must be specific about the provisions and the agreements that you seek to annul by passing this legislation. But a broad, generalized statement like this flies in the face of rights that this House has conferred on these companies, pursuant to which they have made the investment that they make. So, Mr. Speaker, on these grounds, I urge members to vote against this particular clause so that these companies can claim the rights and the facilities that this House in previous legislation and agreements approved has conferred on these companies. Mr. Speaker, I move that we delete this provision in the bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I so move.
Yes, Minority Leader, you want to? I wanted to hear from him. If not, I go to Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
You rise to what?
The motion moved by Honorable Ayala.
Let me call him for the deletion.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, the points that the proposed amendment made by the Honorable Ayala.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I was just reading the section on repeal and savings, and 13.3 would suggest to me to cure the issue being addressed by my colleague. And 13.3 provides any right, liability, or obligation in existence immediately before the repeal of this act shall remain in existence until the right, liability, or obligation is exercised or terminated. So I thought the issue about that mischief is raised is cured under 13.3.
Honourable members, I put the question. Those in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Those against, say no. The noes have it. The proposed amendment is negated, and I put the question on clause 2. Honourable members, the question is, clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 3.
Levy not an allowable deduction.
There is a proposed amendment in the name of the Minority Leader and Honourable Mama Yalga.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed, delete. Mr. Speaker, this is in line with the argument I've already proposed. And so, Speaker, my position remains the same. It reflects what I've already stated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I put the question. Those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The noes have it. That proposed amendment is negated. I put the question on clause 3. And the question is that clause 3 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 3 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 4.
Profits or production affected by levy.
There is a proposed amendment in the name of the chairman of the committee, and then our two active members, Minority Leader and Honorable Mama Yarga. So, Chairman, move the proposed amendment.
Mr. Speaker, it's an error that a committee amendment has been indicated in respect of clause 4. There's no committee amendment.
Yes, the proposed amendment to clause 4 is to delete. And I'm sure it's because of the earlier amendment where you inserted gross production, gross, listen. So you didn't want it to repeat it here. Is that the sense? Was from the committee and the two proposers. Honorable members, when I was a footballer, there used to be a song by our supporters. Do your duty, don't mind them. Do your duty, do your duty. So please, do your duty. I was number 9. Go and ask my teachers. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, all the amendments that we proposed were all based on our objection to the charging provision. So you will notice that the rest are consequential. Because we didn't want the tax charge, we also didn't want the tax to have certain years specified. But having discovered, Mr. Speaker, that Chairman agrees with us, I intend to withdraw from this amendment. Because I don't want to be sharing the same amendment with the Chairman. So, Mr. Speaker, if the Chairman agrees with me that the amendment should be effected, I withdraw my proposal. Because I disagree with the Chairman. On a more serious note, Mr. Speaker, since our earlier proposed amendments have been defeated, consequentially, these ones also really do not mean much for us. But Mr. Speaker, you can put the question.
Honourable members, I take it that the proposed amendment to clause 4, 5, 6 are accordingly withdrawn by the proposers. And we are putting the question to clause 4. And the question is that clause 4 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Clause 4 is ordered to stand part of the bill.
Assessments of levy payable.
In spite of the withdrawal by earlier proposal, there is a proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee. I move that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 5. Clause 5, amendment proposed. 1. Line 1. Delete specified in section 4. Subclause 1, line 1, delete specified in section 4. It's indicated as lines 1 and 2. Is an error, Mr. Speaker. Subclause 1, line 1, delete specified in section 4. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I put the question. Those in favour of the proposed amendment say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I now put the question on clause 5. And the question is that clause 5 stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 5 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 6.
Time of payment of levy.
Clause 7.
Authority to collect levy.
Clause 8.
Payment of levy into consolidated fund.
Clause 9.
Recovery of levy.
Clause 10.
Levy returns.
Clause 11.
Regulations.
Honourable members, there are no proposed amendment to clause 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. And so I'll put the question on all these clauses. And the question is that clauses 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, clauses 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 are ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 12.
Interpretation.
We have a proposed amendment to clause 12 by the chairman of the committee. Yes, chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move. I'll try. The Speaker, I rise to move that the amendment listed as item 46 IX on today's order paper be moved now. I so move.
Honourable members, I put the question. Those in favour of the proposed amendment say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. I put the question on clause 12. And the question is that clause 12 stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 12 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 13.
Repeal and savings.
Honourable members, there is no proposed amendment to clause 13, so I put the question. Those in favour that clause 13 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 13 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, we now move to the schedule. Members, I put the question. Those in favor that the schedule stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, the schedule is ordered to stand part of the bill. We now go to the long title.
An act to impose a special levy to be known as the Growth and Sustainability Levy to raise revenue for growth and fiscal sustainability of the economy and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, there is no proposed amendment to the long title, so I put the question. Those in favour that the long title stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, we have come to the end of the consideration stage of the Growth and Sustainability Levy Bill 2022. Leadership.
Speaker, page 33, item 49. Item 49 on page 33.
Sorry, what about 47 and 48?
I'm sorry. We should rather be taking 47 on page 33, procedural motion.
Yes, honourable members, item 47 is a procedural motion, Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House adopt the procedural motion advertised as item 47 on page 33 of today's order paper. I so move.
Any seconder?
I second the motion.
Motion moved and seconded. It's a procedural motion. I'll put the question. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. We move to item 48, the substantive motion. Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Growth and Sustainability Levy Bill 2022 be now read a third time. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Motion moved and seconded for the consideration of the House. Being the third reading, I put the question. The question is that the Growth and Sustainability Levy Bill 2022 be read the third time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members,
to impose a special.
Growth. Yes, please go on.
An act to impose a special levy to be known as the Growth and Sustainability Levy to raise revenue for growth and fiscal sustainability of the economy and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the Growth and Sustainability Levy Bill 2022 is read the third time and passed. I don't like the sound of the gavel.
Speaker, item 49 now. Item 49, page 33.
Yes.
We are pushing on.
Majority Leader, you know, that are shy away from using the gavel. It's not the first time. I'm always compelled by disorder to use it. I don't like that sound. My deputies love it. Yes, honorable members, let's take item 49, Ghana Revenue Authority Amendment Bill 2022 at the consideration stage. Yes. Honorable members, clause 1.
First schedule amended.
The Speaker, in view of the fact that we have just one clause, I will seek your leave to move all the amendments on this clause together.
Yes, Chairman. Sorry, I was given a wrong bill. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I was seeking your leave to move together since they are all in respect of the single clause.
Honorable members, I'm going to grant the leave so that he could move Roman 1, Roman 2, Roman 3, Roman 4, Roman 5 together. Yes, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Head note, before amended, insert of Act 791, opening phrase, line 1, after authority, insert Act. First schedule, part 1, item 7, line 2, delete 1985 and insert 2005. First schedule, part 1, item 14, delete. First schedule, part 1, item 15, delete. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved. It's for the consideration of the House. There being no consideration, I put the question on all the proposed amendments in clause 1, Roman 1, 3, 4, and 5. Those, yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, the side, as you note, has raised objections to this bill. but we still have a responsibility to make sure that the Constitution is respected in its letter and spirit. The list that the chairman referred to, when you get to item 15, Growth and Sustainability Levy Act 2002, Article 106, subsequent to it, has not been assented to by the President. So say so that subject to assent by the President, this House can take that decision. But you cannot preempt the conclusive constitutional process of getting a law into being. So, Mr. Speaker, you may draft the draft people to take note, because there is nothing like, in my view, a Growth and Sustainability Act. Just look at it from there. But as I said, fundamentally we have objections to it, but we have a duty to ensure that what you do here meets the minimum constitutional test, that a bill works its full course.
Yeah, no. Actually,
yes.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Harun's point is legitimate, but it is the basis for the amendment in 49B. 49B, when we say first schedule, part 1, item 15, delete, it is precisely because the law is yet to come into force. Yeah.
Even though we are passing it,
Yes, I think since we don't have any act called Growth and Sustainability Levy Act 2022, I think it's right to call for the deletion of that number. So I'll put the question. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I thought what we have here is indicative. It's only indicative. In fact, what we have done today, if the President has sent to the Growth and Sustainability Levy Act ahead of this one, it will find expression no. Other than that, if it's completely deleted without the intent being sounded, it will mean that once he has sent to this, we have to come back. We have to come back and amend this. So I think it's indicative. The table officers and the Assembly press will know how to handle it. Thank you.
Minority Leader. Oh, sorry, former Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Haruna Idrisu, MP Tamale South is sufficient. Mr. Speaker, as I've said, I'm only saying this for the record because, Mr. Speaker, as you know rightly, parliamentary debate is now a guide to interpretation. Beyond pepper and heart, we've domesticated Ghanaian law You never know tomorrow who may want to question this matter. So I'm saying that let the record capture the sense of this house. Even though, as I said, I would ordinarily not raise it, but because it's constitutional. Article 1067 says, where a bill passed by Parliament is presented to the President for assent. I'm assuming that the growth and sustainability bill is yet to be presented to the President to satisfy the conditions in 1067. But this House, in Article 110, we are masters of our rules. We get the sense, but let it be said that the draft person tomorrow can act that this was the thinking of the House. One question on this matter. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Honorable members, the proposed amendment is in order. So I put the question. Those in favor of the amendments proposed in clause 1, Roman 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment proposed in clause 1, Roman 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are carried. And I put the question on the clause 1, which is actually the first schedule of Act 79 amended. Those in favor that it stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1, as variously amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honorable members, long title.
An act to amend the Ghana Revenue Authority Act 2009, Act 791, to provide for laws subject to the administration of the Ghana Revenue Authority.
Honorable members, there is no proposed amendment to the long title, so I put the question. Those in favor of the long title say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, the long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. We have accordingly come to the end of the consideration stage of the Ghana Revenue Authority Amendment Bill 2022. Yes, leaders.
Speaker, page 34, item 50, with respect.
Honorable members, item 50 at page 34 of the order paper. Procedural motion, Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the House adopts the procedural motion advertised as item 50 on page 34 of today's order paper. I so move.
Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. Being a procedural motion, I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item 5.1 being the substantive motion, we move to it. Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Ghana Revenue Authority Amendment Bill 2022 be now read a third time. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. Being the third reading, I put the question. And the question is that the Ghana Revenue Authority Amendment Bill 2022 be now read a third time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it. Honorable members.
An act to amend the Ghana Revenue Authority Act 2009 Act 791 to provide for laws subject to the administration of the Ghana Revenue Authority.
Honorable members, the Ghana Revenue Authority Amendment Bill 2022 is now read the third time and passed. Now that we come to the end, I'll use the gavel.
Speaker, we now move on to page 28. Page 28, item 37. Item 37, page 28. Come along.
Honorable Majority Chief Whip, did you 6 or page?
We are set page 28, 28, item 37, 37, with respect.
I thought I was told that that one had been taken earlier on. That is the excise tax stamp amendment bill. It's not been taken. I was told it had been taken earlier on. That's why we started from item 40, excise duty amendment bill 2022. What we have to do before we adjourn is to make sure we put the critical bill which affects the House at page 6, item 9, the budget bill, and the criminal offences amendment bill. These are bills to be presented to the House for first reading. Then we refer to the committees, and then we can call it a day. By the time we come there ready, and they affect the House, we need to set up the budget committee to handle the budget processes well in this House, and make sure that we have early entry into the budget processes. That's where, as representatives of the people, you can give direction and then some guidance to government before the final bill is presented to the House for just those few days when you don't have ample time to make inputs. So I will crave your indulgence for us to present that before we adjourn. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I know you are on another matter, but ever so often things that happen in this House sometimes is misinterpreted outside. When we took the last vote, you counted 137 for our colleagues. Some other members of the public are aware that 2 of our colleagues were not physically here. It would be appropriate for you to maybe make a pronouncement so that the public knows why you still counted 137. It is very important, Mr. Speaker. It's just a plea, yes, Mr. Speaker. It is not to say it did not happen. It's just...
Don't belabor the point. Don't belabor the point. That is why I referred you all to Order 114 Rule 4. And I ask you to read that order. But for the edification of the public, I'll read that order. Order 114, Rule 4 says, for members who are incapacitated by some physical infirmity from passing through the lobbies shall, upon reporting their incapacity to Mr. Speaker through the clerk, be counted and recorded accordingly in the House. Honorable members, we have some of our members that are incapacitated. And what I did was to ask to go and physically see them. The state of incapacitation and whether they are of sound mind. Because we are dealing with decision taking, voting, before they can come to testify, which has been done. And so they were recorded and counted accordingly. So I have the figures here with me. That's why I referred you to that standing order. Please. I did mention earlier on that I will not do anything untoward. I follow the rules. Can we now take item 9? Yes, Honorable Sweeney.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to seek your guidance, given that it's almost 12 midnight. Mr. Speaker, I hold in my hands the business statement for Thursday, 23rd March 2023, 8-week ending Friday, 31st March 2023. Mr. Speaker, in the business statement, it was indicated on page 2 that the House will be adjourned on Friday, 31st March 2023, that is 9, with adoption of proposed statement and the commitment to its implementation by all. The House is likely to adjourn Day on Friday, 31st March 2023. Mr. Speaker, I seek your guidance. I do know that the business committee did not meet today, and so they have not programmed any business for 1st April 2023, which is April Fool's Day, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when you look at Order 41, 1 to 4, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I will just read 4. Where there has
Honorable Member, can we present those papers before I can give you the guidance? I don't want you to carry us beyond Friday.
Mr. Speaker,
item 9, presentation and first reading of bills. 9A, the budget bill 2023 is being sponsored by Honorable Osechi Mensah Bonsu, MP for Swame, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, MP for Tamale South, Honorable James Kluche Albeji, MP for Ketu North, and Honorable Kofi Ochre Ajekum, MP for Fantiakwa South. This bill is dear to my heart because as far as 2009, I initiated it, supported by the Canadian Center. We did a lot of work, but it was stalled until we resurrected it And the leaders then decided to sponsor it, and we've gone this far. Please, can we present it to the House? Honorable Majority Leader, you may do so for and on behalf of the rest.
Mr. Speaker, to take liberty to offer little explanation before I do the presentation, especially since the Minister responsible for Finance is sitting right beside me, to give him assurance that this indeed is to assist in the transaction of business in the House. Mr. Speaker, it is not intended to take monies from the consolidated fund. So the Minister responsible for Finance sitting here may rest assured that this is for the efficient running of the business of Parliament. On that account, Mr. Speaker, I submit and I bow.
An act to strengthen the budgetary oversight and financial control of Parliament and provide for related matters.
The Minister is Minister for Finance. This one we are dealing with law. There is a Minister for Justice and Attorney General who went through it and agreed with you, the sponsors, that it hasn't breached Article 108 of the Constitution. That is why it's here. And Minister, you are assured that that is not going to happen. But also be aware that all the monies that you collect, we pass the laws before you can collect the money. If we don't pass the law, you can't collect FOCU. That is why FOCU, you can't. Or you want me to use another word? FOCU. Zero. Yes. So please, honorable members, the budget bill 2023 is referred to, I think, the Special Budget Committee and the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. It's a very good bill for the House and governance in the country. We now move to 9B. This is another private members' bill sponsored by Honorable Francis Xavier Kojo Sosu, the Criminal Offences Amendment Bill 2022.
An act to amend the Criminal Offences Act 1960, Act 29, to prohibit the practice by any person as a witch doctor or a witch finder to prescribe the declaration, accusation, naming, or labeling of another person as a witch, and for related matters.
Honorable members, the Criminal Offences Amendment Bill 2022 is read the first time and referred to the Committee on Constitutional, Legal, and Parliamentary Affairs for consideration and report to the House. Honorable members, let me further inform you that these private members' bills, because this is the beginning, will not be able to get private sector and other stakeholders to sponsor the bills. So, honorable members, when you are sponsoring a bill, we know the state of finances of the House. Parliament as an institution is prepared to support you in sponsoring the process so that the workshops and the rest can be held and the reports presented to the House for consideration. So take that on board and let's bring more of such private member initiatives to the House. With this, yes, leaders.
Speaker, we are ready now to go on to page 7, the original page 7, and page 7, item 13. Who started?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that a motion listed as item 13 on today's order paper be taken now and in the process present your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, I request the Handler Department to capture the entire content of the report once I take the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, your committee, having reviewed the report, recommends to this House by majority decision, and Mr. Speaker, it's important we emphasize this, that the entire minority members in the committee took a position against this, and so by majority decision recommends to this House to adopt this report and approve the financing agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana and the International Development Association of the World Bank for an amount of $60,600,000 as a third additional financing for the Ghana COVID-19 Emergency Preparedness Response Project. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Chairman of the committee, actually, you didn't catch my eye. So all what you have done is completely out of order. Yes. Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, our understanding was for us to consider the revenue bills and then to consider the committee of the whole's report. Mr. Speaker, we've done just that. I'm surprised we are going back to take loans at this time. Mr. Speaker, the matter in question, there's no consensus on the matter. If he is ready to take it, Mr. Speaker, we are going to go the full haul. I do not think that we should go that line. Mr. Speaker, honestly, the time now is past midnight. We are yet to conclude with our closing remarks and your closing remarks. Mr. Speaker, we can't continue this way. Members are struggling to survive. Already some of our members are in hospital, I'm told, and I've just heard. So, Mr. Speaker, we can't continue this way. Let's end the day. Mr. Speaker, we can't continue this way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, my challenge is that sometimes this your understanding is not understood by you yourselves. That's always my challenge. And that's why, members, you sometimes see me suspended sitting and to go back with the leaders to clarify that understanding. Because as I said, I'm always guided by their understanding. And so when we come and that understanding is not understood by they themselves, I am not guided. And so we go back to try and come to a real understanding. And so when we went back, we understood ourselves and came back. And I think that we transacted the business as understood. This last one is a surprise to me myself, because that was not part of the understanding. Maybe I wasn't there, it might be my deputies that this discussion, this last one, was taken with. But I was made aware and I understood that we're going to take the bills through. That was the understanding. And I think we have propelled that. I didn't know that this loan agreement was not taken. My attention was not drawn to it.
Mr. Speaker, the minority leader making his application ended by saying that we should close today. And indeed, today is Saturday, Saturday, the 1st of April. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree with him that we should close today, which is the 1st of April 2023. That's the first point. Number two, Mr. Speaker, when he said that that was not part of the understanding, what understanding have we come to? The understanding that we came to was what procedure to apply in the consideration of the budget bills, the revenue bills. Mr. Speaker, we did not discuss the loans because they are part of the order paper today. It was how the minority had positioned themselves to repel and indeed resist the budget bills. So, Mr. Speaker, can you put your hand down and stop the wild gesticulations? Mr. Speaker, in this house, whenever we have not exhausted the business of the house and their critical businesses, we continue. Mr. Speaker, indeed, these bills, the financial bills, we ought to have considered them at the previous meeting. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, it went from 21st of December to 22nd of December. And when we mentioned say, our colleagues said, no, we're tired, we should adjourn, and when we come back into the next meeting, there will be the first ones to be handled. Lo and behold, we have seen their resistance. And today is the last day of this meeting to consider today. They are disputing the claim by their own minority leader that we are closing today. Not to belabor the point and not to enter the fray of pedestrianism, I'll suggest that what is here, that we should approve of these news before we adjourn. Because, Mr. Speaker, what has happened? We cannot even predict what may happen if we should reschedule for consideration these loans into the next meeting. And Mr. Speaker, these are concessions. They are concessions. And indeed, many of them are time bound. He says not all of them. So he admits that some of them at least are time bound. So why is he saying that we should postpone? When he admits that it's time bound, you are saying that we should not do it and lose it. Is that fair to the people of this country? When in particular, we have had to labor through all this because of you yourselves, because of the trust that we have been cultivating. Mr. Speaker, I would strongly suggest that we deal with this, and before we take a final bow, the Speaker should submit.
Yes, you know how I love you. As we sit, two of our members are incapacitated, and one other member is supporting in attending to one. So 3 of our members are not present here. The third one is a medical officer, so he's supporting. I love you so much. Don't let us continue, because I heard you this morning and you were lamenting and urging members to take care of their health and that kind of thing. Please, I beg you, don't let's continue this way. I am prepared to recall Parliament. I am prepared to recall Parliament to come and consider these loans between 14th and 15th of April. Can we agree on that? To recall Parliament to come back 14th and 15th. You don't run now. There's no doubt that the House has sat before to 4 a.m. But the results is what we are seeing. Members collapsing, members dying. Do you want us to continue along that line? I don't want to come to more funerals. Yes. Senior member, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to refer you to Order 53. Look at the order. The business, which is the business for each certain day, as determined by the business committee, shall be set out in the order paper, and shall, whenever possible, be transacted in the following order. Mr. Speaker, that's 53. And 57 says, Mr. Speaker shall read prayers at every sitting before any business is entered upon. Mr. Speaker, the order paper that the Majority Chief Whip referred you to is dated Friday, 31st March 2023. And 31st March 2023 is elapsed. That's expired. And therefore is invalid to be made reference to. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I call on you that since the day has elapsed and a new day has arrived, Mr. Speaker, we cannot technically work with this order paper. Your prayer for Friday is elapsed. You haven't said any prayer for Saturday. And therefore, technically, the House will be out of order if we should proceed on the basis of this order paper. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, I can observe energy still in you. Because I see you singing and even dancing on the floor of the House. But, honorable member, the sitting is still in motion. The sitting has not been adjourned. So we are still continuing the sitting. Are we together? Until a sitting is adjourned, the sitting is still in motion. We are still continuing. We haven't adjourned the sitting. So is that sitting that we are still continuing? So we can do other businesses. I thought fatigue and you were tired, but I can see there's energy in you. So we'll continue.
Speaker, item 13 on page 7. Page 7, item 13. Speaker, with respect.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the motion listed as item 13 on today's order paper be moved now, and in the process present your committee's report. I request the Handler Department to capture the entire content whilst I take the conclusion. Speaker, your committee considered it by majority decision, and it's important that I stress is that the entire members of the minority of the committee took a position against this decision, but by a majority decision recommend to this House to adopt our report and approve the financing agreement between Ghana and the idea of the World Bank for an amount of $60,600,000 United States dollars as a third additional financing for the COVID-19 and emergency preparedness response project in accordance with the Constitution. Respectfully, I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, any seconder.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
Motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. Honorable members, I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the noes have it. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I rely on Order 113 of the rules of this House to pray that, Mr. Speaker, may...
You want to call for a division? 113.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, may I read the order with respect?
You said 113. That's division.
No, Mr. Speaker, let me read it aloud with respect. Mr. Speaker, Order 1132. I said 113, but I'm relying on sub 2, which says a member may call for a head count or a division if the opinion of Mr. Speaker on the voice vote is challenged. Mr. Speaker, I anchor my application on the first part of Rule 1132, which is a head count. Mr. Speaker.
You haven't even challenged my decision.
Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker,
challenge my decision first.
Very well, Mr. Speaker, I'm guided. Mr. Speaker, arise in challenge of your decision to give the noes the votes.
Honourable members, I don't vote. So when I put the question and they are voting and you are sleeping, I cannot lie.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker may put the question again.
I put the question.
Mr. Speaker may put the question again.
And the noes had it. It was very clear. It was very clear.
Mr. Speaker may put the question again. Mr. Speaker may put the question again. Mr. Speaker may put the question again with respect.
Honourable members have been challenged and they have asked for a head count. That is very easy to conduct. Please, I will call on the tellers once again to do a head count. Why? You don't want the head count?
Mr. Speaker, thank you for accepting the honourable members challenging your ruling and you calling for a head count. Mr. Speaker, before the first vote, the two honourable members who drew your attention that they were incapacitated were within the precinct of Parliament. but I just want to put it on record that where we are now, Honorable Dr. Kisi and Honorable Tufero, the Deputy Minister for Agri, are not within the precinct of Parliament, and he's challenging your decisions, and he must take notice of that. Mr. Speaker, I'm referring to the doctor who took care of the incapacitated MP. So if Dr. Kisi is here, Honorable Tufero is not within the chamber and is not within the precinct of Parliament. Let it be on record so that when you are doing hair count, we know that out of the 275 MPs this morning, out of the 275 MPs, those who reported work, 2 of our members who were not here and sought permission from you, they are those I'm drawing your attention to, so that the deputy majority leader, if he's challenging your ruling, he must be cognizant of the absence of Honorable Deputy Minister for Agri, Honorable Tufero, and Honorable Kwejokum, who are not with us here. That is what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker. What lies are part 2?
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I can also see very empty spaces. Notable among them, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ablakwa is not here. Honorable Harun Edrisu is not here. Honorable Muntaka is not here. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Member Kwabenabobieansah is also not in the chamber. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Suhini is not here. You just took the vote. Mr. Speaker, so he who comes to equity must come with clean hands and must do equity. If you are talking about 2 of our members, I have cited more than 4. Mr. Speaker, Harun Edrisu is not here. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Okudjata left the chamber over 2 hours ago. About 2 hours ago he left. So, Mr. Speaker,
both of you, honorable members, please. The 2 leaders are both out of order. You are not the tellers. The tellers will do the count. They will bring the figures to me. As I sit here, I get more information than all of you. So as to who is present and who is not present, I get to know. You don't need to tell me. We are going to count those who are present here. In connection with the others, I told you earlier on, I made the whips to go and verify. So please, be not afraid. The right thing will be done. Let's do the head count. This is what has been requested by the mover of the motion. Head count. Honorable members, you will not resume your seats. I can see a number of you on your feet. Not yet. No. Yes, I can see you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the deputy...
Honorable member, you haven't caught my eye.
Oh, I thought you said you can see me. I'm sorry.
I've seen you, but you haven't caught my eye.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted that to be on record. Thank you.
I acknowledge that. Yes. Honorable Richard Achampong.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for seeing me
before seeing Honorable Suhene. Mr. Speaker, last week I raised similar issue that we were tired, we needed to close. Nobody paid attention to my submission. It became political banter, NDC MPP. The next day, we got the sad news that we've lost a colleague of ours. The same thing is going to play out. I'm not wishing. Yes. It's likely to play out. Mr. Speaker, and I use certain phrases, but many people didn't pay attention to it. That there is a limit for endurance. And people ignore it. And it came to pass. And I sit with a reverend minister. Mr. Speaker, we need to be careful about the health of. It's a very serious matter. Some of us came here between 6:30, 7 up to 8 a.m. this morning. The house was adjourned and we were told that the house will resume by 6:30 in this evening. Mr. Speaker, after all, what are we looking for? What are we looking for? Those who are in support say, yeah. Imposing hardships on the ordinary people on the streets. Denying them their livelihood.
Honorable member, what are you debating?
Mr. Speaker, we are tired. We are tired. We can continue another.
Honorable Richard Achampong, you are completely out of order. Yes, Honorable Regional Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, indeed, we have lost a colleague of ours. And much as we are in mourning, in the state of mourning, Mr. Speaker, and honorable colleague, Mr. Speaker, he has just prophesied doom that the same thing will happen. Mr. Speaker, though you said it's out of order, I think we must be guided for him to say that the same thing will happen. Mr. Speaker, it's not fair.
It should be a spot from the answer.
Honorable member, I'm very sure it's not your wish that this be repeated. So please, kindly, please.
Mr. Speaker, as a man of God and as a Christian, when the word is coming, it tears through. It tears through. And people cannot contain it. And I don't want those issues to come to pass. So I'm questioning that. I said it last week. I don't want to repeat it this week. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Which church are you a man of God? Honorable members, I've observed and I want to repeat that there's so much energy in you want to continue. So we one of the loans, not more than one. We'll take one, and that is the one that was moved. We'll definitely vote. We'll definitely vote.
So, Mr. Speaker, I pray that you put the question. You said head count. Again.
I thought you were going to withdraw your decision.
Mr. Speaker, guided by you.
To the mover of the motion, then we take that one and then we can call it. Yes. So, honorable members, we are taking item 13, which has been moved and seconded. It's now for the consideration of the House. I have directed that all that be nullified, and I so direct, and we move back to the earlier question I put on item 13. Please, by this time we have finished item 13 long ago. So we just conclude with that and then we call it a day. Honorable members, there being no contribution, I put the question. Those in favor of motion number 13 at page 7 and 8 of the order paper, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the noes have it. You want to challenge my voice vote?
It is so, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to challenge the outcome of the voice vote as pronounced by you, and in so doing, I shall rely on Order 113 to ground my objection. Mr. Speaker, I have already relied on the provisions.
Head count.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, head count.
Yes, tell us, please. Let's do the head count. I've told you many times, I don't vote. So when I put the question on voice vote and you don't vote, I can't vote for you. And I will not lie. What I hear is what I will say. Let's do the head count. Please. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, not too long ago, the same order he's using now to challenge your decision, your ruling, was the same order I quoted. What the honorable majority leader and the deputy majority leader said here were that, oh, Mr. Speaker, he's abusing the standing orders. Now, within 2 minutes, Mr. Speaker, 5 minutes, within 2 minutes, he has taken refuge under the same order 1132. You see yourself. Mr. Speaker, I don't envy them, but go ahead, Mr. Speaker. He's calling for a hair count. He even went ahead and said that he who preaches everything must come with clean hands. He used all the vocabularies you know on me. But within 2 seconds, at the end of you, he has quoted it twice. Like Jesus Christ told Peter, before the cock crow, you will deny me 3 times. The cock has been crowed. Within 2 minutes, you have quoted on 113 plus 2 twice. And Mr. Speaker, I'm not prophesying. Very soon he will quote it again. We can go ahead.
I want us to move ahead, but it looks like members are not focused on the business. I want us to move ahead. Initially, I directed nullifying all what happened and decided to put the question again. But members were not focused. You know, majority leader, yes. I see more than you see. Yes. You wanted to say something?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm taking a cue from where you just landed. That it appears members are not properly focusing on the matters before us. For whatever reasons, the members are not focusing on the business before us. It may be attributable to many things. And that being the case, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge that we take a bow and bring proceedings to a close by maybe presenting the closing remarks and taking adjournment. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, please, I don't know whether you want us to adjourn or not, but just a few minutes, we can take item 13. Just a few minutes. Yes. And then we can listen to our leaders. We are wasting more time.
Mr. Speaker, the motion advertised as item 13 is a majority decision motion. There is no consensus on the motion in question. Mr. Speaker, we are prepared to go the full haul in opposing that motion. Why we signal that if they want to travel that road, we are ready to do that. Mr. Speaker, our position is simple. The country, as we speak, is in debt distress. We can't allow the Minister of Finance to add additional debt. Mr. Speaker, that is why we do not support the accumulation of additional debt at the time that we are asking for debt for forgiveness. Mr. Speaker, currently, you have posed the question, you have lost the vote, and let the record recognize it as such. Mr. Speaker, if they want to adjourn, fine. Other than that, Mr. Speaker, we recognize the decision of the House, and it should be recognized as such. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thought I was going to give opportunity for the closing remarks of the leaders as proposed by the majority leader. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the minority leader who I so much respect has made a point, and I just want to correct that. Mr. Speaker, with respect, there is an application pending. There is no finality to that decision. So do not say that we have lost a vote. Mr. Speaker, it isn't the case. Mr. Speaker, we are challenging the void vote, and we have done the same on the rules. Mr. Speaker, it's as simple as that. Yes, but then he shouldn't say that we have lost a vote. We have not. Mr. Speaker, that is not the case. Mr. Speaker said we should do item 30, and you still said you want to close and go, knowing that there's an important matter. And he says that we would let you have your way if that is your pleasure. All the time that you wasted in bringing all those frivolous applications, we could have done this business. And you say you are patrons.
We go to closing remarks of the leaders. We start with the closing remarks of the minority leader. How many minutes each? We don't have time. How many minutes each? 5. 5 minutes. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that time is not on our side and members are tired. So, Mr. Speaker, I will ask the Hansard Department to capture the full extent of the speech. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I will ask the Hansard Department to capture the full extent of the speech so that members will be able to go home and have some rest. Most importantly, let me thank you and your deputies for the performance that you have exhibited during this important meeting. We pray that as we celebrate the death and the resurrection of Jesus Christ, and the Lord will continue to shower his abundant blessings upon them, particularly your good selves and your deputies and members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I also thank and commend the Majority Leader and the Leader of the House for your service to God, country, and this House. Though early days yet, I must admit that we have had fruitful working relationships this far, and I pray it continues. Mr. Speaker, I wish to assure you that we will continue to cooperate with you to execute the government business, but we state and stand by our position whenever it is right and in the interest of Ghana to do so. Mr. Speaker, I wish you a happy Easter, and may the good Lord continue to protect you and your family. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as you all do know, time is so much time has been spent for the sitting that began yesterday. Speaker, we are on this day, the 1st of April, bringing the curtain down on this meeting that has lasted for 8 weeks. Within these 8 weeks, so many things have been accomplished, including, Mr. Speaker, the observation of the Parliament at 30 program that you launched. Mr. Speaker, I believe that it should serve as the launch part for us to do serious introspection about how far we've traveled, the difficulties and challenges that we faced, some of which relate to our standing orders, which the Speaker still remain outstanding, the review of, and of course, some of them also ensue from the 1992 Republican Constitution. I guess and trust that we use the occasion to also reflect on the Constitution to see what amendments to proffer to strengthen parliamentary democracy and also strengthen Parliament as an institution. The Speaker, we had occasion to approve of justices nominated by the President and also of members of Parliament nominated by the President to serve as ministers, the Minister of State and the Deputy Minister. There have been instances where we have cooperated. Unfortunately, there have been instances where cooperation has become difficult. Mr. Speaker, what I've written out here is really to provide a historical account of what's been able to do thus far, beginning the 7th of February, when this House began its first meeting of the third session of this 8th Parliament. Speaker, is quite a lot. Now I entreat the House Department to capture the entirety of the document as having been read to the Hansard. Speaker, just as the minority leader has indicated, that's to stress that we are adjourning to celebrate the Easter holidays with our compatriots. As Christians, we do believe that the Easter provides the symbolism for the reconciliation that Jesus Christ established between humankind and God, our Creator. And I want to believe that it will serve as a platform for us to come together in a much more reconciliatory manner than we have done. Taking positions, especially positions that are foisted by political parties from outside, will not help to grow our parliament. And what we are seeing increasingly, Mr. Speaker, will poison the atmosphere for us in this House. It will not serve us any good. Let us use this occasion to reflect on what has happened thus far and resolve to do much, much better than what we have done. My colleagues who have assumed leadership of the minority are new in leadership, and I believe they will need some time to grow, and all of us should be very supportive of that cause. I hope and pray that some forces from outside will liberate them, to let them work for the good of this House. Mr. Speaker, the minority leader is alluding to some forces of darkness. I haven't said so. But let's resolve to improve the working relationship in the House, to really reposition power. Having said so, Mr. Speaker, let me once again also congratulate you and your able deputies for the efforts that spent in promoting the cause of Parliament, the clerk and the staff, the media, and of course to also extend profound gratitude to the new leadership for thus far what we've been able to achieve, even though I hope for a much, much better working relationship. Having said so, Mr. Speaker, let me end on this note that we are still in negotiations with the IMF to assist us. And if Parliament does anything, which you suggest that we are spending what support the IMF and World Bank wants to give to us, and turn around to go and negotiate with them, it will not be good for the image of this country. And that is why I pray that when we come back, we'll have a reconsideration of these agreements before us in order to reposition the country. It doesn't serve any purpose when you say that this assistance that's being offered, very low rates being given to you, you don't want it. But then you go to them that they should assist you. But, Mr. Speaker, how do you reconcile the positions? How do you reconcile the positions? And how are we empowering the finance minister and his team to go and negotiate further with the IMF? I think we should reflect on what we do here. That's why I'm saying that we should liberate ourselves from the clutches of the forces of darkness from this House. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Honorable members, I wish I could say it's with great pleasure that I bring to a close this first meeting of the third session of the 8th Parliament of the Fourth Republic. In spite of the shocks we had during this meeting, I urge you all to still continue to give thanks to the Almighty God, because that is His will. I will also call on the Office of the Official Report to capture the entirety of my closing remarks. But it's important I mentioned some of the things we went through, and we are still trying to come together. We have really endeared ourselves, particularly the leaders, my deputies, to try and build more consensus. But we've had some rather sometimes inexplicable U-turns, and that really sometimes saddens me. I hope in the next meeting we will not go through this experience again. You have shown, like tonight, that you prepared to work and to work hard. So are some of the ministers, particularly this meeting. The Minister of Health has always been with us. He's come around to give us some briefs on many issues. We have had to extend the perimeters of the pre-laying consultations by the Electoral Commission to a very elastic end. And today, we managed to put a position together. I hope and pray that we'll maintain that position. I launched the 30 years of Ghana's Fourth Republican Parliament under the theme 30 years of parliamentary democracy in the Fourth Republic, the journey thus far. We'll be organizing a number of activities. We'll be urging all of you to participate. But let me thank the members, and particularly the chair of the organizing committee, the Honorable Member for Abuakwa South, Honorable Samuel Atachia. He's done very, very well. The coordinator, the clerk to Parliament himself, Mr. Cyril kwabenabobieansah, and other members. During the course of the recess, in spite of the pressure on you, because I know you are all lacing your boots, apart from a few, to recontest your seats. The minority will be taking the lead, but about 4 or 5 of them have decided to call it a day and not to go back through this stressful experience. We will do all we can through prayers and through whatever means to support you. But please, your record is there to be used by your constituents. And these days, Parliament is a focus, and that's why sometimes I try to call on you to focus on the business of the House. But a lot of you think that Ghanaians could still be taken for granted. Please, let's be more serious than we are. But let me end by expressing my gratitude to the 2 deputy speakers for always stepping in to preside over the business of the House anytime I call on them. My gratitude also goes to the leadership of both sides. As I said, we've tried many times to come to some consensus before the Parliament sits. Sometimes we will not be able to carry that through, but I pray and hope that we will improve on it. I also want to thank the clerk and his deputies and all members of Parliament for what we have achieved so far. I cannot leave out my friends in the Parliamentary Press Corps who regularly bring citizens up to speed on proceedings in the House. We have, as exhibited, been working together to make Parliament more responsive to the needs of the people, to ensure that government, particularly the executive, is more transparent and accountable, and to make this House more effective in the discharge of its duties. I am proud of the progress we've made so far, and I'm confident that this Parliament will continue to grow and improve in the years to come. Honourable members, as you travel to your constituencies to reconnect with your constituents, I can only wish you travel mercies. One of the incidents we experienced today was an accident involving a member on his way to this House. An accident. And that is why I'm drawing your attention to this. Please value your lives, take good care of yourselves, and make sure that we all come back to meet in our next meeting in good health and with great hope for this country. We know how the economy is, but there are signs of recovery. It's for all of us to try and support the efforts, because Ghana first. I end by thanking all of you, particularly for the support you have given me and for the love and respect you have shown. I assure you I will continue to improve on my performance, and together we will make Ghanaians proud of their nation. With this, I declare the Parliament adjourned sine die.